present from here, so you can probably sit up right over here, and then here's the clicker when you get a chance, and everything's loaded up. Yes. And, okay. Okay.
Good evening. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with the quorum present. I will turn it over to Cesar Padilla for our recognitions. Following the recognitions, the board will take a short recess to take pictures with those groups recognized tonight.
Good evening to President Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent Dr. Angelica Ramsey, and trustees. Tonight we have 3 groups to recognize. These times I invite all trustees to come down to greet our guests, please. All right, our first group are the middle schooler athletes. These students all maintain a higher than 3.0 GPA this school year while still competing in athletics program. They are exceptional examples of hard work. Please join us in congratulating these students. I will turn it over to Dr. Troy Bell, which is Assistant Director of Athletics.
Good evening, President Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent Dr. Ramsey, and members of the board. We will start with Daggett Middle School. Liana Brown, 4.0, sport, track and field, and basketball. Jesus Garcia, 3.8, football, soccer, track and field, and basketball. JP Elder, Samantha Martinez, 4.0, volleyball, basketball, track and field, and soccer. Christian Spoon, 4.0, track and field and soccer. Forest Oak, Genesis Galindo, 3.7, soccer. Kamarian Harrison, 3.2, football and basketball. William James. Anaya Diaz, 4.0, volleyball, basketball, track, and soccer. Dorian Gillen, 3.8, football, basketball, track, and soccer. Kirkpatrick Middle School, Tasha Kashindi, 3.9, volleyball, cross country, basketball, track, and soccer. Eric Cardenas, 3.8, cross country, basketball, track and field, and soccer. McLean Middle School, Ellie Cruz, 4.0, cross country, volleyball, track and field. William Cadane, 3.8, football, basketball, track and soccer. From Meacham Middle School, Emma Zuniga, 4.3, track and field, cross country. Ronaldo Reyes, 4.0, soccer. From Meadowbrook Middle School, Alexa Uribe, 4.0, cross country, track, and soccer. Ludin Delian Saza, 3.8, soccer. From Monick Middle School, Anaya Craddock, 4.1, volleyball, basketball, track. We had a tie here. Skylar Murrell, 4.1, volleyball, basketball, and soccer. Sean Ocampo, 4.4, football, basketball, track, and soccer. Morningside Middle School, Micah Pippins, 3.2, volleyball, basketball, track, and field. Cameo Holloway, 3.5, basketball. From Riverside Middle School, Elena Mascaro, 3.91, volleyball, basketball, track, and soccer. Joseph Rosales, 3.7, football, basketball, track, and soccer. From Rosemont Middle School, Miracle Sir Wara 3.8, volleyball, basketball, track, and soccer. Ryan Lira, 3.4, football, basketball, track, and soccer. From Stripley Middle School, Itzel Sanchez, 4.1, volleyball, track, and soccer. Matthew Carpenter, 4.4, football, cross country, basketball, track, and soccer. From JK Middle School, Divine Umuhoza, 4.0, volleyball and soccer. Latrell Johnson, 3.3, football, basketball, track and field. From Wedgwood Middle School, Ariana Shipman, 3.9, volleyball, basketball, track, and soccer. No Duran, 3.7, soccer. From Leonard Middle School, Kylie Anderson, 4.0, volleyball, track and field. Tyler Johnston, 3.5, football and basketball. From McClung Middle School, Jayla Small, 3.9, volleyball, basketball, and track. Antoine Henry, 3.7, football, basketball, and track. From Benbrook Middle School, Juliana Lucero, 4.0, volleyball, basketball, track and field. Bryce Lane, 4.0, cross country and basketball. Young Women's Leadership Academy, Lillian Vo, 4.0, volleyball and basketball. Young Men's Leadership Academy, Mason Joe, 4.0, cross country, basketball, track, and soccer. That is all of the middle school scholar athletes.
The district congratulates these incredible students, and let me add that we are incredibly happy to see the boardroom full of parents and supporting their students, because that's what we want at the end of the day, just to celebrate their accomplishments. So, okay, more recognitions. Our next group are the high school schooler athletes. These students all maintain also a higher than 3.0 GPA this school year while still competing in athletics programs. These students embody the dedication it takes to be successful on their teams and in the classroom. Please join us in congratulating these students. I will turn it over again to Dr. Troy Bell, Assistant Director of Athletics.
Carter Riverside High School, Carla Contreras, 4.66 cheerleading. Gil Puentes, 4.17 football and wrestling. From Arlington Heights, Anna Grace Pearson, 4.88 cheerleading. Grayson Shackelford, 4.6 football. From South Hills High School, Alejandra Jaramillo, 4.24 tennis. Roberto Cadena, 4.49 tennis. From Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, Ariana Perkins, 4.34 drill team. Daniel Paz, 3.66 football and soccer. From Dunbar High School, Vision Graham, 4.43 volleyball and soccer. Orlando Roman, 4.17 football and wrestling. From Eastern Hills High School, Alexia Moran, 3.88 softball. Makeo McKenzie, 3.73 football, track, wide receiver. Yeah, he's wide receiver. Northside High School, Jenny Martinez, 4.17 softball. Andrew Baseza, 4.56 soccer. From Poly High School, Marisol Ruiz Cavillo, 4.73 softball. Jose Valdez, 3.92 football and baseball. From Pasco High School, Caroline Litke, 4.92 cheerleading. Nicholas Castillo, 4.87 soccer. From Trimble Tech High School, Valeria Avitia, 3.89 softball. Benigno Rodriguez, 4.52 tennis. From Southwest High School, Anaya Walker, 4.36 basketball and track. Boston Martinez, 4.59 cross country, track, and baseball. From Western Hills, Avery Clunt, 4.48 soccer. Xavier Richmond, 4.58 football and track. O.D. Wyatt High School, Janma Tamain, 4.1 soccer and tennis. Malik Franklin, 3.96 football and track. Benbrook High School, Kennedy Kaiser, 4.86 cross country and softball. Corbin Dilday, 4.54 basketball. Young Women's Leadership Academy, Peggy Carr, 5.0 track. Young Men's Leadership Academy, Caleb Jackson, 4.07 wrestling.
Congratulations to these exceptional scholar athletes. I will now turn over to Trustee Dr. Michael Ryan for a final recognition.
Well, I am the United States Naval Academy North Texas Area Coordinator for Admissions and the Blue and Gold Admissions Officer for Pascal High School. It's my distinct pleasure to have the opportunity today to recognize the significant honor that Cannon Hamilton has earned by receiving an appointment to the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. I started this position in 2010, and Cannon is following in the footsteps of 3 other Pascal graduates, along with 3 students from Arlington Heights, 1 from Benbrook and 1 from South Hills, who have attended the Naval Academy during that time. As a district, a community, and as a nation, we are privileged to have young men and women who are willing to make the sacrifices and take on the incredible, difficult, and perilous career to defend this country and all of our citizens. When I interviewed Cannon, it was very noticeable that his life values and citizenship were encouraged by his parents, and I'd like for them to stand and be recognized for their tireless support of Cannon and his efforts. This year, Cannon was one of about 15,200 students from throughout the nation who applied for approximately 1,175 seats for the Naval Academy's class of 2028. The admissions process is unique and requires a student to apply for and receive a nomination, most commonly from their congressman or senator, complete a thorough medical exam, and successfully pass a physical fitness evaluation, in addition to the usual submissions of transcripts, recommendations, and essays. Screening is thorough with a focus on well-rounded individuals who have demonstrated leadership potential and a willingness to accept responsibility, as well as outstanding academic credentials. Paschal High School has a history of rigorous academic achievement that was developed by the late Paschal teacher John Hamilton, who, with a focused Paschal faculty, literally developed over 100 national merit qualifiers, and that high academic achievement is supported and carried on by the current principal, Mr. Troy Langston, and he's with us this evening. An appointment to the United States Naval Academy is equivalent to a full 4-year scholarship, includes all tuition, room and board, medical and dental, and a monthly midshipman stipend with a total value of $450,000. After completing the 4-year curriculum at the Naval Academy, students receive a Bachelor of Science degree in one of 26 majors and earn a commission as an officer in the United States Navy or Marine Corps. I know that Fort Worth ISD is very proud of Cannon's achievements, so this is the neat part, Cannon. On behalf of the President of the United States, the Superintendent of the United States Naval Academy, Vice Admiral Yvette Davids, and your nominator, Congressman Kay Granger, it's my pleasure to present this certificate of appointment to the Naval Academy's class of 2028. Go Navy.
Congratulations to everyone honored here this evening. The board will take a short recess to take pictures with these groups recognized tonight. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker is Chelsea Baldwin.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Baldwin. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at United Educators Association. Dr. Rodriguez, trustees, and Superintendent Ramsey, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Tonight, as you discuss raises and employee compensation, I want to share the UEA teacher salary comparison chart. I think you've been given a copy. For the last 30 years, UEA has compared teacher salaries in North Texas. You will find that Fort Worth is in the top 5 of each category. At year 0, you rank 5th out of 32 schools. At year 5, you're number 2. At year 10, you're in 3rd place. You're ranked 2nd in years 15, 20, and 25. You are 1st at year 30. This is no easy feat. To get where you are takes a lot of hard work, and we do recognize that. But now is not the time to stand idle. Other school districts are adopting raises as we speak. Irving approved a 3% raise for all employees and $1 an hour increase for support staff, despite closing schools and cutting 300 staff positions. Northwest approved a 2% raise for all employees and a $1,500 stipend for veteran teachers. UEA encourages you to approve a pay raise and a compensation plan that keeps you competitive in the region. Hiring teachers and staff is competitive, and it gets more challenging each day. It's even more important to retain the high-quality staff you have that starts with competitive salaries. Thank you for everything that you do and the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Amanda Ine, and she's our final speaker.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey, Dr. Rodriguez, and board. I'm a parent, a taxpayer, and a teacher in our district. In honor of Teacher Appreciation, I implore you to look at what Northwest ISD is doing to support their teachers. They completed a resolution last month that says, educators provide a valuable service to our students, families, and community, and they should be held in high esteem. Educators should not be subjected to personal attacks, name-calling, defamation, harassment, or threat. The board seeks to adopt a resolution affirming the immeasurable value of Northwest ISD educators, and then by demonstrating the board's commitment to supporting our educators and the work they do. Some of the things it says: whereas teachers make substantial personal sacrifices and invest countless hours beyond the school day, preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling, and coaching students while filling the roles of listeners, role models, motivators, and mentors. Whereas teachers obtain advanced college degrees, extensive training and certifications, and are experts in their fields, worthy of being held in high public esteem. Whereas educators should not be subjected to personal attacks, name calling, defamation, harassment, or threats under any circumstance. Whereas personal attacks on educators harm their well-being, demean their dignity of the profession, and cause highly qualified educators to leave the profession. In addition, to elaborate more on what Chelsea just said, they did a midpoint raise for all employees. They increased the new teacher hiring schedule. They restructured their pay grade to place positions of teacher, librarian, nurse, and counselor in their respective pay grades. They did equity adjustments for teachers who are tenured, and they also approved longevity pay for teachers that are dedicated to their district. I did want to point this out. I also want to point out that myself and other colleagues in our district are being recruited by phone and email from other districts, in addition to that, to other public and charter schools. So I just wanted to point out that these are things other districts are doing that we may want to look at to keep our high quality staff. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. The time is 6 p.m. The date is Tuesday, May 14, 2024. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
Que es muy importante para
getting to
el
learn
cerebro.
about different cultures.
Están orgullosos de su lenguaje y su cultura.
I love being in a dual language program.
Dual language va a cambiar mi futuro.
Dual language is a gift.
Ser bilingüe es un regalo.
What does this sound like to you?
¿Qué tal ahora?
If you understand both, then you probably understand the power of two, el poder de dos.
Ceremony. Muy bien, una ceremonia is a ceremony. Es una graduación.
I like speaking two languages. Me gusta hablar en dos lenguajes.
To be biliterate, to be bilingual for both our English and our Spanish speakers. It is just a world of opportunity for our students.
Bilingualism is like going to the gym for your brain.
Did you read the poetry homework?
Sí, me gusta mucho la leí en español y en inglés.
Como maestra de kinder, He visto cómo los niños aprenden un segundo idioma con mucha facilidad. El pasto y el pino son parecidos.
I'm gonna put the tree.
I think at their age too, they're like little sponges. So whatever you teach them, you can see it right there in that moment.
Different kinds of drink.
Our students will be able to speak, read, and write in both English and Spanish.
Y luego se irán a las calles.
Exacto.
El cerebro de un estudiante que está aprendiendo el contenido en 2 idiomas es mucho más poderoso que el cerebro de una persona que solo aprende en un solo idioma.
As a native Spanish speaker, I understand the journey of becoming bilingual. So I'm incredibly proud of every student that participates in our dual language program. I'm also excited because I know the opportunities that they'll have as bilingual professionals and the leaders of tomorrow.
You get to learn 2 languages.
Diego is bilingual and we wanted to continue that tradition.
La importancia para mí como un padre era que mis niños hablaran los 2 idiomas y escribir y leer en los 2 idiomas.
Do you normally speak English or Spanish at home?
Both. It's fun to understand people in a different language.
We do offer a one-way program in which, in that classroom, the only students that are there are those students who speak Spanish and are learning English, but they are taught in English and Spanish. In a 2-way classroom, same type of instruction, English and Spanish.
En la clase bilingüe.
My English speakers are learning Spanish. My Spanish speakers are learning English.
How many bones does the dog have now?
2-way itself is appealing because not only are the kids learning English, but the kids who are wanting to learn Spanish are also doing Spanish at the same time. And it ends up making them very biliterate, and that in the future is going to open the door up for them, just like it did for me.
This one is supposed to be there and this one's supposed to be there.
Good job. And I do really love the students, and I do love seeing them grow and learn.
Los beneficios de poder hablar, leer y pensar en 2 idiomas son infinitas. El Distrito Escolar de Fort Worth tiene la suerte de contar con maestros dinámicos que ofrecen una instrucción de alta calidad en cada salón de lenguaje dual.
And what a benefit as a parent to know that you've got the most highly qualified teachers in a research-based program and your kids getting that for free.
1, 2 o 3.
I enrolled my child in a dual language program to give him a better opportunity in life. I wanted him to be able to speak with others around the world who are not like him.
Talk to him.
Yo pasé por esto cuando llegué a este país de México y estuve en el distrito de Fort Worth en el programa dual.
It will make it easier for other people to talk to me and for me to talk to them in English or in Spanish.
En los últimos 10 años, los trabajos que se están abriendo para personas que puedan hablar en 2 idiomas ha incrementado más de 150%.
I feel it opens, bigger opportunities for him.
Realmente una persona que habla los 2 idiomas vale por 2.
No matter what they decide to do, the Spanish is going to help them.
We like to say a superpower for all kids, and that's a strength that Fort Worth ISD has, that we can say we are developing students who are bilingual, biliterate, bicultural.
But it's also a way to ensure that their opportunities are more than doubled whenever they do get out of our schools.
The future is wide open and it's bright, and that's why my own kids are in dual language.
All right, it looks like, and to find your
Avian, avian, iman, iman, I.
So beautiful. This is our 2nd annual Unified Dance, and the whole idea behind it was just to give our kids more opportunities to be able to participate in different things.
Oh, look at that.
We have a red carpet that welcomes them in. There's karaoke, there's dancing, there's some outdoor games, there's pizza. This is just the time that they really get to shine, and just you get to see their personalities and just how amazing they are.
We wanted to find a way to help with the transition students find an opportunities for them when they graduated from high school. Be able to see that they can have success They can do whatever they want to, and it's also just as important to the parents.
It gives the students a chance to get together and bond with each other, get to know each other more, and just everyone has a good time.
Every child, every youth, every teenager deserves the opportunity to do the things that are very important to our cultural fabric. I want them to know that there are people who care so much about them that they would spend the time and put forth the effort to make this event happen for them because they are important.
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to hang out. Really wanted to come do this.
This is like the whole community coming together, celebrating our kids and having a great time and getting a chance to dress up in our Western attire and have some fun.
I think it's really awesome that our kids do get highlighted like this because I think we miss a lot of opportunities to get to know our kids with special needs. And I think once you start getting to know them, like your life is just so much fuller.
In the heart of Fort Worth, a world of opportunity awaits. Welcome to Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, where tradition meets innovation and every student's potential is unleashed. From the thrill of discovery in the science lab to triumph on the soccer field, our students are encouraged to pursue their passion. With highly qualified teachers and cutting-edge technology, Fort Worth ISD students receive a top-notch education that prepares them for the challenges of tomorrow. Every student is valued and supported with tailored instruction and wraparound services to ensure success. And with our dual language programs, students become fluent in the language of success, ready to learn in any environment. But the excitement doesn't end when the final bell rings. Our after-school programs offer a wealth of extracurricular activities, from robotics to dance, ensuring every student becomes a well-rounded scholar.
Do you know what emphasis is?
Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, a launching pad to future success and a bridge to endless opportunities. Enroll now and join the journey to greatness, because Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins.
Hello, Fort Worth ISD community members. In our district, partners and volunteers are a big deal every day. But as we kick off National Partner and Volunteer Appreciation Week, we want to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude for your ongoing dedication and support. We celebrate the immense impact each of you has on our students and community. This year holds a special significance as we commemorate 50 years since National Volunteer Week was established. In light of this milestone, our theme for this year's celebration is Celebrate Service. Your commitment to our schools, whether as parents, corporate volunteers, literacy partners, or members of faith-based organizations, is truly commendable. Your efforts contribute not only to the educational development of our students, but also to the fabric of our community. Together, we are leading change and transforming lives. Your unwavering support, especially through mentoring programs, playground builds, learning gardens, and more, has been nothing short of remarkable. Your dedication ensures that our students have the resources they need to thrive. As we come together with the country to honor your service, please know that your contributions do not go unnoticed. You inspire and sustain our mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. Thank you for all you do for the students and families of Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you, volunteers!
When you're looking at it, do you see the sun or the moon, Adriel? The moon, right?
Our students have been completing all kinds of choice boards so that they're learning all about the safety, but also the history and the science behind the solar eclipse.
If I look up to the sun, I have to use my special glasses.
When we experience things like this together, we get to blend all our learning. We get to combine our reading, our writing, our history, and our science, and get out and go outside and experience this together and see history in the making.
It's going to be used because you can't even see anything and the sun is really bright on the solar eclipse.
Do you guys know
what the eclipse is about?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, who would like to share? Aiden.
It's when the moon gets in front of the sun, blocking all of its lights to Earth.
So around 1:10, we're going to walk outside, and we anticipate the solar eclipse to start between 1:15 and 1:30.
I see it, look! It's the moon!
This is going to be an event, guys, and we're lucky that we're in an area where we can see the total eclipse, the totality, okay?
That's so cool! I can see the moon! It's the moon!
Uh-oh, the cloud is covering it.
It looks like a crescent moon. It's almost covered. Oh, I want it to be totality. 3, 2, 1. It looks so good. Yeah.
We are elated to just be here and to welcome you to our first annual Fort Worth ISD Signing Day. We celebrate our teacher residents and our bilingual teacher assistant program participants who will be participating and completing all of their educational requirements in the next month and then begin their educational career in August.
And at this time, Elena and Cheyenne, you may sign your letter of intent.
Today and every day in Fort Worth ISD, you are the most important people in this school district, because if we don't have quality teachers in every single classroom, our students can't grow and thrive.
A ver, dígame algo que han aprendido. I want to be a teacher so that I can be a positive light in a child's life. I want to make kids happy to come to school. And I want to be the teacher that they feel is always there for them.
And at this time, Ebeth and Demaya, you can sign your letter of intent.
This program is not just a program, it's a testament to our commitment to educational excellence and innovation. I cannot commend it enough for its role in enriching our district and shaping the future of our education.
7 y 3 es mi par para ser 10, okay?
I want to be a teacher because I have a deep passion for learning and aspire to influence and impact others. My goal is to shape my students' lives and help them reach their full potential.
Okay.
Myra and Tony, you can sign your letter of intent.
No matter what part of town that you choose to serve in, what school, what grade level, what content, know that you are making a difference. And so we're delighted today to give you a letter of intent to be teachers in Fort Worth ISD for next school year. So congratulations and welcome to the Fort Worth ISD family.
En el corazón de Fort Worth te espera un mundo de oportunidades. Bienvenido a las escuelas secundarias de Fort Worth ISD, donde la tradición se encuentra con la innovación y el potencial de cada estudiante se libera. Desde la emoción del descubrimiento en el laboratorio de ciencias hasta el triunfo en el campo de fútbol, nuestros estudiantes son alentados a perseguir sus pasiones. Con maestros altamente calificados y tecnología de última generación, los estudiantes de Fort Worth ISD reciben una educación de primera clase que los prepara para los desafíos del mañana. Cada estudiante es valorado y apoyado, con instrucción diseñada a la medida y servicios integrales para asegurar el éxito. Y con nuestros programas de lenguaje dual, los estudiantes dominan el idioma del éxito, listos para liderar en cualquier ambiente. Pero la emoción no termina cuando suena el timbre final. Nuestros programas después de clases ofrecen una gran cantidad de actividades extracurriculares, desde robótica hasta danza, asegurando que cada estudiante se convierta en un académico completo. Las escuelas secundarias de Fort Worth ISD, una plataforma de lanzamiento hacia un futuro exitoso y un puente hacia un sinfín de oportunidades. Inscríbase hoy y únase al camino hacia la grandeza, porque Fort Worth ISD es donde el éxito comienza.
We are showcasing the science fair projects with integrated physics and chemistry groups and biology groups. You'll see really interesting projects at a high school level they have so much talent and innovation, and I believe that they just need more eyes towards them. My goal is to establish partnerships with the companies and the universities to bring people to talk with our students, embolden them, enrich the experience of what it is to be in science and to go anywhere they want.
Hola miembros de la comunidad de Fort Worth ISD. En nuestro distrito, todos los días consideramos que los socios y los voluntarios son muy valiosos. Pero como empezamos la Semana Nacional de Apreciación de Socios y Voluntarios, queremos tomar un momento para expresar nuestra sincera gratitud por su dedicación y apoyo continuo. Celebramos el inmenso impacto que cada uno de ustedes tiene en nuestros estudiantes y en la comunidad. Este año tiene un significado especial, ya que conmemoramos el 50 aniversario de la Semana Nacional del Voluntario. A la luz de este gran momento, nuestro tema para la celebración de este año es Celebramos el Servicio. Su compromiso con nuestras escuelas, ya sea como padres, voluntarios corporativos, socios de lectura y escritura, o miembros de organizaciones religiosas, es realmente incomparable. Tus esfuerzos contribuyen no solo al desarrollo educativo de nuestros alumnos, sino también al tejido de nuestra comunidad. Juntos estamos liderando el cambio y transformando vidas. Su apoyo constante, especialmente a través de programas de tutoría, construcción de patios de recreo, jardines de aprendizaje y mucho más, ha sido extraordinario. Su dedicación garantiza que nuestros alumnos dispongan de los recursos que necesitan para prosperar. Al unirnos con el país para honrar su servicio, sepan que sus contribuciones no pasan sin ser notadas. Ustedes inspiran y sostienen nuestra misión de preparar a todos los estudiantes para el éxito de la universidad, la carrera y el liderazgo comunitario.
Gracias, voluntarios.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 p.m. with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 8:30 p.m. with the quorum present. Next on the agenda is reports and presentations. Our first presentation is the 2024-2025 Budget Development Update and Property Value Discussion. Dr. Ramsey?
Thank you. Seated at the table right in front of the board is our CFO, Carmen Arieta Candelaria, and our Executive Director of Budget, Patricia Young. Ladies.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Ramsey. I am here to present the property value discussion first and foremost, and then we're going to go through a budget development presentation. I'm Carmen Arieta Candelaria, Chief Financial Officer for the district. And of course with me is Ms. Patricia Young. She is our Executive Director of Budget. First and foremost, I'm going to give you an overview of the property value discussion and why this presentation, first and foremost, this is one of our requirements from the state's first system. And here's the indicator that basically says, did the school board members discuss the district's property values and the funding lag at a board meeting within 120 days before the district adopted its budget? If we do not do this presentation, the most that we could get on the rating would be 89. So we would be at a B starting out. Of course, the district is ranked at a current A at a superior rating. Why we come forward and present this to you. So just to give you a little bit of information with regards to the state funding change to current year property values. This occurred prior to House Bill 3 in 2019. The state had used prior year taxable property values in its funding formula in order to be able to calculate the state revenues for a district. The annual property value growth would generate more revenues than in the prior year values that were provided, and therefore this had been known as the lag revenues. So House Bill 3 implemented the use of current year taxable values, and which basically eliminated that gain associated with the growth in the taxable values. And so that is one of the rationale for this presentation. There's two major components in the state funding formula, Tier 1 and Tier 2. But ultimately, the driver in general is in the general fund revenue is average daily attendance for students, otherwise now known as entitlement funding. So House Bill also introduced a concept called tax compression. It didn't impact the overall funding. It impacts the balance of local and state funding. Look at it as A plus B equals C in the Tier 1 entitlement. I've got a slide in the presentation that demonstrates that rather well. That I'll share with you here in a little bit. But basically, as local funding increases, then the state funding will decrease. The tax compression is not supposed to affect the total. So in tax year 2024, state and local compression will apply to the district's Tier 1 tax rate, and they will actually work in parallel. And we receive the method in which results in the greatest amount of compression. So here looking at the state compression for tax year 2024, The maximum compressed rate is calculated in the manner as presented on the slide. Last year we had a little small impact as a result of item number 2, which, but this year that will not occur. That reduction will not occur. So we're really just talking about the first event, which compares the extent to which estimated statewide property value growth, which is currently set by the General Appropriations Act at 2.87 for the tax year when that exceeds 2.5%. So that amount has been calculated at the state level, which is the state MCR is 6855. What's important about that number is no district may have a MICR less than 90% of any other districts. So that means that the limit on local tax compression for fiscal year or for tax year 2024 is 6169, and that'll be more important as we go along in the conversation. And so that results in range of possible tax rates from 6169 to 6855, the 90% threshold or limit, and then the maximum compressed rate at the state, 6855. So looking at the local compression, it is compressed. That local compression uses the individual district property values, and it compares it to the 2.5% to determine the district's MICR, using our last year MICR as a starting point. Then we have the Tier 2 component. So the Tier 2 component is otherwise known as our enrichment, and the district has 17 cents that we add to the MICR, the maximum compressed rate. So basically that low is a local tax effort which has been adopted by the district, and that Tier 2 guarantees a specific level of funding per student and weighted average daily attendance, or WADA as it's known, for each penny of tax effort above the school district's maximum Tier 1 rate. Again, this is commonly known as our enrichment rate. So combined, our estimated MICR, estimated maximum compressed rate, plus our enrichment pennies for 24-25 is, we are at the lowest. We're at the 90%. So 61.69, we cannot go below that. 61.69 plus our enrichment pennies gets us to our estimated, and this is all estimated, M&O tax rate is at 78.69, so 0.7869 cents. And our M&O, when you compare that to 23-24 of 79.04, that means that it's a decrease of 0.0035. Okay, so that is what we're looking at right now based on all of the information that we currently have available to us. So now we also have to take into consideration recapture. So we entered into recapture in 22-23 when we first calculated that we were going to be at that position, and it did actually materialize in 22-23, although we did not get a notice until August of 2023, but we were in the recapture state, which means that districts such as Fort Worth ISD has excess local revenue that pays funds into the foundation school program for distribution to other districts. The way we can reduce recapture is, of course, have more students. So that way, because of the entitlement funding. So if we had more students, then we would be able to retain more of that recapture. So here, looking at it over the last 3 years, so our first year, 22-23, is $2,483,000. Our estimate for 23-24, based on the improvement that we had on ADA, is $4,863,000. And then our estimate for 24-25, based on the estimated values, preliminary values, and our students, is about $8,358,000. Okay, so it's gone up. It's gone up, but definitely in 23-24, it's not gone up as much as we had originally anticipated, which was good news. So here looking at the timeline of the property value and the tax process, and this is one of the reasons it's so complicated and because it takes such a long time. So we're constantly estimating in an estimate mode until we actually get our final property tax assistant division values. So we start out April 30th, we received our property tax values, and now we're looking to adopt a budget by June 30th. But then we receive our certified values on or about July 25th, and we bring that to the district, to the board, to adopt a tax rate at the regularly scheduled board meeting of August 27th. Then Tarrant County levies the tax, and then we proceed to collections. But in the meantime, by January 31st, that's when the state comptroller property tax assistance division actually provides the state preliminary values. That's one of the ways that we actually look at when we actually to determine how much in state funding we actually receive. The district then fiscal year ends in June 30th of 2025, but we don't get our final values and our final funding until August 31st. So it's a long process for us to get final numbers. And again, this was all the changes that we had as a result of House Bill 3. So this slide here gives you some information from where we get our information from, when we get our information, and for what purposes we use it for. So for example, we get our, from the Tarrant Appraisal District, we get our preliminary values on or before April 30th. And then we get our certified values on July 25th of 2024. And we use those for our preliminary values to use budgeted revenues, and then the certified values to set the tax rate. And then correspondingly, there's some information here about the tax office, and then where this is when the levy is billed, and then we proceed to collect the taxes. And then the state comptroller property tax, we receive our first preliminary values on or about January 31st, and then our final values not until 8/31/25. And that is what the TEA uses, those values, to adjust the state funding and what we're actually end up being entitled to from the state perspective. So this is really the heart of the matter. This is the property values, and this is really key information that we utilize. There's a lot going on in the slide, but I'll walk you through this particular slide. This is from the tax years from 2020 to 2024. So you can see for the last 5 years, and the yellow line is 2023, and you can see that last bullet, we are still waiting on that. We don't get that until August 31st, 2025. Excuse me, August 31st, 2024. And then the single dot up there in the light blue is the numbers we just received from the Tarrant Appraisal District of $60,937,097,000. So that number represents the preliminary values that we have received. Those values are 11% higher than our certified values that we received back from last July of 23. And so that's what we're working on. We do discount our certified values, and we've discounted about 4% in our model because historically the numbers from the TAD preliminary to TAD certified values dropped 5.8% in 2020, 4% in 2021, 1% in 2022, but they dropped 10.1% from 2023. And the reason, of course, there being the implementation of the $100,000 exemption. So you saw the very large increase from 22 to 23 in the preliminary values of $9.2 billion. But again, that dropped between TAD preliminary and TAD certified values. It dropped 10.1%. So again, The most important number really is the last number, is the PTAD final in August that we receive, because that number is the amount that school districts, that the TEA uses for the M&O purposes after, and that includes after the loss to the increase in the state mandated homestead exemption and the tax ceiling reduction. And that number there is the number that drives the ultimate state funding for any particular year. So we monitor all of these numbers very closely throughout the year. We try to make conservative estimates, and we try to stay within those range, and we do that actually. This is the impact on state and local funding. So the red line at the top is actually the combination of the state and local funding. So for example, in 2021, we received a combination of $744,289,000 comprised property taxes and state funding. So in that particular year, we received $451,506,000 in property taxes, the line in green, and then $292,782,000 in state funding. Okay, so then in 2022-23, for example, we received $710,666,000 in total funding, and then $487 million in property taxes, $223,000 in state funding. But if you'll notice, the next year, which is the year that we're currently in, 22-23, we had a significant drop in our property taxes. Why? Because the $100,000 exemption came into play. So we are estimating that $407,827,000 in taxes, and our state revenue is approximated at $320,506,000. So those two lines actually converge a little bit closer together. But then you'll look at our overall state funding. We received $728 million. And you may ask yourself, why did the state and local combined funding increase from 22-23 to 23-24? Because we lost students. Well, because now the funding formula includes additional allocations such as teacher incentive allotment, safety and security, that weren't included before, but they included here. So it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison when you look at year over year funding, but it is important to understand what is the composition between property taxes and state funding. And you can see that, how that tax compression is working and how the new law came into play and how we're actually funded. So again, A plus B plus equals C, and the composition is not supposed to change the C. It's just, there's a variation. The more property taxes we receive, the less state funding we receive, and vice versa. Okay? So for 24-25, we're estimating that we will receive $436 million in property taxes, again, because of our increase in the property values. And then, but we will receive a slight decrease of $297,486,000, and our combined state revenue is projected at $734,117,000. Okay. Now moving along to our INS, tax collections, which is not dependent on any, well, not necessarily any state funding, but there is a component for hold harmless. I'll show you on the next slide. So for 23-24, we estimate that we will generate $345,000 in revenue. And for 24-25, we estimate that based on the proposed tax rate that we're bringing forward at $152,727,000. Looking here at our debt service and our requirements, this gives you a snapshot of the actual revenue for 22-23. We ended the year with a $9.1 million surplus, and we added to the fund balance ending at the end of June 30th, 2023 of $78.2 million. Our adopted budget for 22-23 had a $10 million surplus, recognizing that we were going to do a defeasance in that particular year. And so we adopted a tax rate of 0.272, recognizing that we would receive a sizable amount in the hold harmless calculation as a result of the homestead exemption loss. So we revised the budget, and we did defease about $30 million worth of debt in 23-24, the year we're in. So we're estimating now in the second to the last column that we'll end the year with about $25 million deficit. So reduces our fund balance to $52,956,000. The recommended fund balance that we should have is a target of 20% of next year's requirements. So 20% of the $168 million that were required for next year. We should have about $33 million in the fund balance, and so we do have a target. We do have a generous fund balance to support that target. So for 24-25, based on the preliminary information that we have, preliminary values, plus the additional hold harmless that we would receive, we are projecting that revenues would be $168,454,189, and corresponding our principal and interest payments that we need to make of the same amount of $168 million. So we would need a tax rate of 0.2722, which is an increase of 0.0035 in order to be able to generate that number of tax revenues. So now looking at the tax rates over the years that we have adopted, this is going back historical to 2013, 2014 to give the board a representation of all of the tax rate that we have passed over the years. For 23-24, of note, we have a combined tax rate of $1.0624. So our projected tax rate that we are at this point in time, and again, I probably have said that estimated like 20 times, but I don't want to underestimate the significance of that word, because this is basically an estimate. We are basing it based on the preliminary certified values that we've received and based on conservative estimates that we've come up with. So the M&O rate that we would bring forward would be 0.7869, and the interest and sinking would be 0.2755, for a total tax rate remaining the same as in the prior year at 1.062. Our tax rate adoption for next year, for this coming year, we do not adopt until August. We do adopt the M&O rate based on the amount that's given to us by TA, which they will affirm more than likely that 61.69 plus the 17 pennies of the tier 1 to get us to the 78.69. Our INS is based on what we need to pay for debt for next year. And so the INS rate that we adopt pays for the payments that we need to make in February and August. This is a non-legislative year, so we do not anticipate another special session. So we don't anticipate there's going to be any changes to the state funding and to property taxes before the next session. And so that's the assumption that we make, and then we will adopt the rate in August of 24. So I am going to pause there and see if there's any questions related to the property value discussion, because I know it was a lot of information, but are there any questions related?
Trustee Lynch?
I just had a clarification on page 12.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That top number for 2024 looks smaller than 2023, and Is there an error in one of those numbers?
No, and that's a good observation. That's why I made the comparison from certified values, because that 60,937,000,000 includes the $100,000 exemption. So the number in 23, the 61 billion, did not.
Okay. And so this graph doesn't depict, I guess it's just showing year to year on a stack.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Good question, though. Okay. All right. Now we are going to go into our budget development. So as we presented at the board meeting last, we have aligned our budget that we were bringing forward with our strategic priorities: student academic excellence, student family experience, employee engagement and effectiveness, and organizational effectiveness and cohesion. Today, we wanted to go over some of the preliminary assumptions that have been made with the information available that we're, and we'll present those to you today. We also wanted to give you revenue and expenditure information today. And our goal is to adopt a budget at the June 11th workshop. We talked last year a little bit, because this is a non-legislative year. We don't really have any changes, and so we had set a goal for ourselves to try to bring the budget earlier to all of you, so that that we could adopt it early. It certainly helps us on the administration side, because we're able to take 2 more weeks before the year end and push the budget in. So it really does help all of us, and there aren't going to be any legislative changes that we have to wait until June 30th. So that was our goal, and so we are about a month out from that goal, and so we're hoping we can do that. This is the budget calendar. We're in the 4th quarter now. Of importance here is that public notice that we have to that we publish. So we publish a notice of public hearing for the budget adoption. We would publish June 3rd. And so that we could give the public notice that we would adopt the budget on that June 11th date. That is something new for us. I think this would probably be the first time we've ever done that this early, but again, that was one of the goals that we set in this non-legislative year. So the goal, of course, is to adopt the budget by June 30th, statutorily required to do that. That would be our goal for us to be able to get. Some of the key revenue assumptions are going very quickly through this. I know that you've seen some of these perhaps in the last budget presentation, but overall we have declining enrollment, but we do have an increase in special education. So that has helped some of the numbers, but also, again, that also comes with additional special education expenses. So it doesn't come just on one side of the house, it comes on both sides. The increase in the average daily attendant, again, continued to see improvements there. We decided to increase that a little bit in our assumptions, going from 90 to 90.5, still under the marker that we're at as far as ADA. But we are using 90.5%, and we feel that is still a conservative amount. The increase in the property values, that's added to our assumptions. Again, an 11.11% increase from the July 23 certified values. We had a significant improvement in investment earnings. And so we're going to more than exceed the goal for this year. And so we've put in $16 million in that revenue budget, again, helping us tremendously in our revenues. We're also seeing our teacher incentive allotment grow considerably from up to $12,185,000. So that is a significant increase. We did receive $2.7 million in additional safety and security allocations. So that's been built into the budget, not enough to cover all of the safety and security costs, but certainly helping, providing some revenue to offset those costs. And then increase in the recapture, $8,358,000 that I had mentioned before. These are some of the key expenditure impacts, and these are some of the things that impacted the way that we developed our budget. the first and foremost objective was a balanced budget. That was something that we talked about. I did talk about last year that would take some time, 2 years to do, but I think we have some good news for you today. So, but that was a focus of ours, and certainly the support of the superintendent helped us achieve that milestone. The end of ESSER funding, we had to look at absorbing positions, but also what we did there is we leveraged other entitlements and other funding to try to get us to transition and have less of an impact on some of our employees there to try to minimize the positions that were filled. We had the program changes in February that impacted the budget as we incorporated some of the changes that the board supported there. Looking at the increase in TRS active care, those are some of the things that has impacted our budget. But as I asterisk there, those are not included in the proposed budget. Staffing guideline adjustments, we really worked hard in that area. Everyone leaned in there to try to align the campuses to the staffing guidelines, taking into consideration the end of ESSER funding. We did have a reduction in staff due to the loss of enrollment, as we always do. As we've been declining, which you'll see on the next slide, we've been declining for a number of years, and of course we have corresponding loss in staff at the campuses. We also took a look at all the vacancies district-wide. We utilized a salary savings of about 4%, but we were tried to be mindful of positions that were filled, but also looking at what are the vacancies that we have district-wide that we have a potential to be able to reduce. We closed Wedgwood 6th grade center, and of course that helped on the administration side to be able to reduce duplicate positions there. We had significant additional requirements for safety and security that we've incorporated into the budget as we continue to augment that area. And then some of the one-time purchases that we really need to continue to focus and address as these areas arise. In the looking at major construction projects, we're already undergoing a master facilities plan to direct some of our spend. So we're really looking at mostly just life and safety issues, priority one issues at this time. There are some other projects that were not included in the budget that we need to address at some point in time but they are large, considerable amounts. They're not operating costs, and they need to be addressed from a capital standpoint. We do need to make adjustments along the way. This is a preliminary budget, as you know, as enrollments change and as needs arise, then we come back to the board and ask for additional adjustments along the way, as we have done throughout this year. So looking at the attendance, so for 24-25, this is the first time that we've dropped below 70,000 students that we're estimating. So our budget has an enrollment of 69,727, and our ADA is estimated at 62,755. But you can see the decline there, and then again the improvement that we've been showing and projecting on our budget, moving away as we move further and further away from COVID, and that drastic drop in the ADA there. We continue to see the improvement in ADA. For the general fund standpoint, here you can see how that ADA has actually impacted the budget in a positive way. For the 23-24 original budget, where we adopted at $801 million at 63,544. So we had some improvement in the ADA going up to 63,806. Other changes in the revenue have led us to, for example, like interest, led us to revenue improvement of $817,738. That's where we're at this point in time for 23-24. And then our proposed budget of $822,955,561. Again, we had the increase in the property taxes, slight decrease in the state program revenues, and a slight improvement in our federal program revenues there. But overall, we had a $5,217,000 improvement in our revenues from our last point projected at 23-24. Okay, here is the general fund expenditures. Just quickly going through these, we ended the year in 2023 with a $50 million surplus, adding to our fund balance of $351 million, ending at $401,675,000. So the next three columns reflect our original budget that we started out the year, where we revised to, and where we project to end. So we think we're going to start, we adopted a $45.3 million deficit. We've come up to about $85 million, and we're going to be bringing you a couple more adjustments there as it relates to the ERP and some additional carryover monies from 22-23. But we think we'll end the year with about a deficit of $42,712,000. Again, just depends on where we end up the year with regards to our encumbrances and our salaries. So that reduces our total fund balance to $358,962,000. So we carry that through, and we're presenting a balanced budget this evening, comprised of $822,955,000 in revenue and $822,955,000 in expenses. So where's our money going? So 56.3% of our money goes into instruction, and those are the functions 11, 12, 13, 95. And then 17.3 cents of our money goes to instructional support, and those are functions listed 21, 23, 31, 32, 33, and 36. Our central administration is only function 41, 3.2 cents. District operations, this is our operations, technology, transportation, food services, 20.8 cents. And our debt service is 2.4 cents. Some capital debt service, and of course our recapture is 2.4 cents. So that's where our money goes in the general fund. The food service budget, which is also a budget that's required to be adopted by the board, there's three of them: the general fund, food service, and debt service. And so food service, we're presenting here, and we work in conjunction with the CNS department. We think we'll end the year with $423,000 loss, adding to a fund balance of $21,973,000. And we are proposing a $43,595,000 budget with expenditures of $37,821,079, with a surplus this year proposed of $5,774,000. That's not final. We're going to review that one more time, and then bring that forward to you at the June meeting. And then here are looking at all three budgets proposed, all combined. We have combined expenditure budget of $1,029,000,000, comprised of $823 million general fund, $168.4 debt service, and the $37.8 million for food services. So here's our upcoming budget development dates. On May 28th, we're going to come back to you to request that you adopt the compensation plan. Chief Woodrow Bailey will be following up here to give you a look at that compensation plan. And then on June 11th, we hope to bring forward those three budgets for you to adopt once the compensation plan has been adopted. So giving you a little update from the TRS Active Care insurance that I provided to you, a preview at the April meeting. Our original estimates of approximately 10% have materialized. Just a reminder, the district's current contribution is $331 a month. There's approximately 6,200 of our employees that participate. The increase for the active care primary only is $44 a month. For this fiscal year, the district did pick up the full $44 in increase, again going from $287 to $331. Here are all of the rates and the proposed increase in TRS. I've given you some information at the bottom right-hand corner of how many, what the district current contribution is, what our current enrollment is, what the increase is going from employee to employee only, for example. We currently pay about $24.6 million, $24,685 million. And we, I think that's incorrect. I think we only pay 22 million. Let me just math. So right now, our current monthly contribution is $2,057,165. Oh, that is correct. Okay. $2,057,000. So our annual current cost to the district is $24,685,000. And so some information about the annual increase. If there's an annual increase to the fund for that, $44 would be $3,281,000. Some additional information from TRS looking at the lowest cost region, which is in Region 18 in Midland, Midpoint region, Region 6 in Huntsville, and the highest cost region, which we are in. So looking at it, we're not going up the highest, but we are the highest plan. So for example, the primary plan in the lowest region is going from $347 to $395, and $48 increase, $31 increase for the midpoint, and then we are going up $44, going from $461 to $505, and then there's corresponding increases for the other plans down the road. That's how you would read this additional information. And then there's some other changes happening that we've been given. Our out-of-pockets for individuals are going up slightly. For example, in the active HD plan, they're going up from $7,500 to $8,050. So an increase of $550. And then there's some other plans, other deductibles, other maximum out-of-pocket costs that are going up correspondingly there. And then I did report out that the HMO, the Baylor Scott healthcare plan, is not going to be renewed. And so those employees will have to be shifted to another plan. There's 174 employees that are going to be impacted. And then the last thing, just really quickly, we did indicate that we were going to bring forward some information that we were able to collect for the first time this year in the Thought Exchange. So it was very interesting to be able to generate this information and have a tool to be able to do it with. So we reached out to various groups, the advisories and other groups that we got in front of, but what are the priorities that we should consider when developing the budget and any specific considerations? We had 240 participants, 175 thoughts, 2574 ratings. Those aggregated in the pixel there are the ones that kind of rose to the top. And we did have some key thoughts. Cuts should not be at the campus level, and they should, every single person at the campus is stretched then. And so there was definitely some remarks about that. And then, are there any plans to have an incentive for staff retention, not just for new staff? Staff leave for lack of attention to retention of tenured staff. So these are some of the key thoughts that resonated through a lot of the thoughts that came through. And certainly those are the things that we do take into consideration when we're doing the budget. Student question: what decision can you suggest for utilizing funds on campus? We had 33 participants there, 29 thoughts, 198 ratings. And those are some of the things that kind of came through from the student groups. just some key thoughts there. World Languages is in desperate need of a parking lot. They wanted some more resources for fine arts, and students are more inclined to enroll, stay, and participate in school where they have extracurriculars to join, and to get a consensus per school where funds are needed to get a better understanding of where the money goes and where it needs to be and why. So definitely some great insight from our student groups, and we're happy to have those thoughts and ponder on those as we continue to build the budget with, first and foremost, of course, students in mind. So with that, any questions?
Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Can you go back to page 27?
Sure.
So we have this 5 columns. So we had the second column with a deficit of 45. And then we had the third column with a deficit of 85. Why did we had a revised budget or revised general fund? And then went up, and then now we are having a projection of 42, which is down. Mm-hmm. And I see we have lost some of the, I guess, less expenses, but some of the expenses are kind of what we had anticipated at the beginning of the year.
Right. So the first year, as we go through the year, we ask for a rollover of some of the expenses. So if they didn't incur, you look at 22-23, we were over $50 million. Mm-hmm. So some of that money for 22-23, we rolled it over in 23-24. A primary example is our buses. So we ordered a lot of buses in the spring of 23, and we still have not received them. So that'll probably another rollover. But if you look at that's a great example of what happens year over year, and we rebudget it in effect. We rebudget those dollars in the next year.
What is line 53? Data processing services.
So that would be technology.
So we had 24 million in 22,
Mm-hmm.
then we budgeted 30 million, and then we revised to 33, and then we went down less than what we had in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not expecting to spend some of that stuff in technology?
So yes, I went back and looked at that specifically because that came up in the Board Finance Committee meeting, and that is the projected salaries plus all of the expenses on all of the encumbrances that were going to be paid out. That's what the number is.
Okay, that includes like computers for students and.
No, computers for students is in function 11. So this is just the technology and the technology department, any technology expenditures that we might have that are directly driven by technology.
The instruction alone is not just the teachers, it's also technology.
So
for 11.
According to TEA, they require that we place that in function 11, and that's where we incur those expenses for laptop.
When people are looking at instruction, they think the teachers are getting paid $472, and that's not the case. It also includes some of those computers.
Instructional materials, in function 11, right?
Instructional materials. Instructional materials.
Can you turn your microphone on?
Instructional materials, the salaries for the teachers, and then anything instructional to educate our kids are included in function 11. And that's why we include the technology needs in function 11 as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Lynch?
When you're building this budget, first, thank you. I know this took a ton of work, and I know you all worked really hard, and we're able to reduce some expenses in a lot of big ways in a lot of places. Kind Couple questions. Does this include like Title I funding, grant funding?
No, it does not.
Okay. So that's just outside the budget, but
Yes,
then
sir.
that money's pulled in to fund certain things? Is that how?
So, great question. In fact, we'll have a presentation to the board at the next board meeting of all of the entitlements as part of our public hearing that we're required to have. But that, the entitlement does have, just based on the needs of the campuses, we do allocate title funds directly to campuses, and they develop their budgets based on their campus improvement plan. And so we align the budget to whatever their specific needs are.
Okay. And then looking at this on the debt service side of things, you have a projected amount, and then obviously we service less debt than anticipated. Why does that happen? I'm looking at 27.
Page 27?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me look at that. Page 27?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So debt service. So that is actually the lease. Gatsby's. It's one of the Gatsby's that requires us to record our lease expenses in this particular function. So there's actually a corresponding revenue up top for that specific amount.
Okay, so it's
not.
It's off the amount paid out. It's just being offset by
Yes,
leases.
sir.
Okay,
Absolutely.
fair
yes.
enough.
So there's really no debt service in the manner that we typically say we owe a debt. It's really a lease expense that's required by Gatsby that we have to record on both sides.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
One last question, sorry.
Okay.
On that line 81,
yeah,
we had a budget of 1.5,
mm-hmm.
and it went up to 8.5, and then came down to 7.5. What are we building?
So that was the cost of this building. So for 23, 24, it was the cost of this building. The portion that we charge for to the general fund came out of that, which we're anticipating that we hope we'll pay all of that out by June 30th. We didn't budget it for 2025 because hopefully it'll be done by June.
Are we still having payments coming out for this building?
I think we just need to finalize it.
Not related to this, but can we get a final payment? Can we get a final, how much money we spend on this building?
Yes.
Not right now, but
No, absolutely. And that comes in, if you'll recall, in the finance committee, that comes out of two funds, Fund 652, and a portion was charged to this.
Thanks.
Of course.
Trustee Lynch, did you have?
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ramsey.
Thank you. We're going to have ask Chief Bailey, Woodrow Bailey, our Chief Talent Officer, to come to the podium.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, Superintendent Dr. Ramsey, board members. Our Chief Financial Officer just completed the 24-25 budget projections with some very encouraging information. And as you know, decisions regarding compensation will further impact budget projections. School districts across the nation face a dynamic challenge and a landscape with tight budgets and other workforce challenges, and more specifically when hiring and retaining high-quality staff. So compensation, of course, plays a major role in achieving this important initiative and objective. 86% of U.S. K-12 public schools reported difficulties in hiring teachers for the 23-24 school year. And the top barriers were too few candidates applying and a lack of qualified applicants. Of course, teacher shortages can lead to larger classes, increased workloads for existing staff, and potential disruptions in student learning. As you know, non-teaching staff play critical roles also in supporting students and maintaining school operations. So to address these challenges, we know that you must also think more strategically as we as a district, and also considering that 80% of the entire budget is likely allocated to cover people costs. So during these times of budget challenges, it is very important that we look at our entire district's talent strategy holistically and align our goals and our resources to ensure that Fort Worth ISD attracts and retains high-quality staff. And that's why we partner with Patel for Kids to survey our internal stakeholders and assist in building a 3 to 5 year strategic plan for the talent management department that aligns with the district's strategic plan. Tony Backshaw with Patel for Kids is going to take a few moments, and I've asked him to just take a few moments to try to bring this presentation very, very shortly to present about the work that we're doing together with talent management. So the talent management is not only a transactional function of the organization, but also is a transformational arm of the district that every initiative enables success because it requires people. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Mr. Tony Backshaw. Following Mr. Backshaw will be Amy Campbell. Ms. Campbell has presented to this board on several occasions previously. In fact, I told her that she's presented more than I have, so you know her much longer than I've been here. So she will come and present on the current salary survey that they are concluding, with cost models for the board to consider as you discuss and approve any salary recommendations for next year. And at this time, we'll ask Mr. Backshaw to come, the Chief Innovation Officer for Patel for Kids.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. He did very much stress the brief part of this, so we will go through this pretty quickly. Superintendent Ramsey, Board President Rodriguez, thank you very much for your time. I know it's been a very long evening for you folks already. So I was asked to give you sort of a perspective on where is talent management in the country, okay? What are people facing? Some of this probably won't come as a huge surprise to you. And then I was asked to give you a bit of an overview of, okay, what does a good comprehensive system look like? That's kind of tough to do in a very short period of time, but we'll give it the old college try. If you don't know Patel for Kids, certainly we've worked with you guys. We're a nonprofit out of Columbus, Ohio, and my group leads all of the talent management work. So quickly, we're going to cover why is this stuff so important and what does a coherent system look like. So why focus on your people system? So I love this slide, and I always say, if I only get one slide in front of a board of education to say, this is where we are, this is my go-to slide. And I probably should have started the presentation with saying I am a recovering math teacher. Okay, so these things can get a little nerdy at times, so just bear with me on this slide. So if you'll notice, first thing about the slide is it's 20 years, right? It runs from 02 to 22, so we're talking about 2 decades of trends here. If you look at the blue line at the bottom, when people are starting to experience shortages, really the first thing I get is usually, well, you know, just nobody wants to work. Well, if you look at the number of quits at around 4 million in 02, and you look at the number of quits in 22, it's still about 4 million. So my response to that is the data does not support that, if you will accept that quits are kind of a proxy for whether or not people are in the workforce, right? And so if you'll notice, that top line is the number of people who are seeking jobs. The green line, middle line, is the number of jobs available. And so when you look at 08, 09, many of us experienced employment during that time, right? You've got a lot more people seeking jobs than jobs available. Here's a simple question for you. You can really sum up where we are with labor in America with the following question. If there are a lot more people seeking jobs than jobs available, where is the power? With the employer or the employee? Pretty simple, right? It's with the employer. Follow those lines along. And then the next thing I get when people are talking about labor shortages is, well, it's COVID, it's COVID, it's COVID, it's COVID. You'll notice those lines cross for the first time in 2018. That is long before COVID. And then go to the very end and look at the gap. We are in a labor situation in America that is very different than certainly what we experienced when I was coming through. I graduated, my first year of teaching was 1986, okay? There were teachers everywhere. That just simply isn't the case anymore. And it's simply, I can show you that, but we're not going to drag you into it all this evening. But for classified staff, these slides look even worse. Okay, so I just thought I'd do one Texas specific. This is just the labor participation rate for the state of Texas. You'll just notice the downward trend. Labor participation rate, of course, is how many people are working versus how many people are in the state. Education's not the only one experiencing shortages. And then I always say that this slide sort of hurts my heart. My parents were both teachers. I taught for 10 years. My mother-in-law was a teacher, and my youngest daughter is going to be a teacher. Our friends at Gallup are telling us that when you look at burnout rates by profession in America, that K-12 education has the highest burnout rate of any profession. That's why I say the slide really hurts my heart. I love the profession, okay? So if we are having trouble finding people and we are burning out the ones we have, then I do agree with Mr. Bailey that being really good at the talent management function is probably really important if we're going to serve our kids. Now, I love these two stats kind of tell the whole story. Mr. Bailey, I won't cover the other one, but I don't know what it is exactly in Fort Worth. I was kind of trying to calculate with some of the slides from the treasurer. But the average school district in America spends 83% of their money on people. So any board presentation I ever do, I just simply say, it makes a lot of sense to me to be really good at whatever you're spending 83% of your money on. And then, if you are, John Hattie is probably the most famous ed researcher in the United States. He does meta-analysis, so he studies the studies, and he tells us that collective teacher efficacy has the highest effect size of anything we can do for kids. So when we make the statement, the greatest gift you can give a child is a wonderful teacher, the research backs it up and says that. So all that to say that your focus on talent management and all of the innovative things you guys are doing is right-minded. You are headed in the right direction and keep going. So this is our model for what a coherent system looks like. It turns out that really it doesn't matter whether you're trying to educate children or whether you are attempting to sell stocks, that basically all talent management systems have 4 key functions. First, you get aligned on what are the competencies that we need to do this job well. Then you have to find talent, you have to grow it, and you have to keep it. Now, that's obviously a pretty significant oversimplification of the task, but in general, those are the 4 big buckets. So for alignment, you identify the workforce competencies. A lot of times they'll show up in job descriptions. Often we'll see districts after they complete the portrait of a graduate process consider creating a portrait of an educator. That's a competency alignment function. If the world were perfect on competency alignment, you would be able to walk to every building in the district, look at the principal and say, what are the key competencies you consider when you hire teachers? And you would get, if not perfectly aligned answers, very similar answers. That's an example of competency alignment. Then you get into finding talent, which is one of my favorite things to do. That is about your employment brand. That is about recruiting. That is about being able to create a pool. I am a personal hiring freak. I love creating hiring systems. They are of no value if you don't have a pool. So that all of that lies in what we call the find quadrant. Then we get into grow. Things grow. These are things like onboarding. We are seeing a lot of districts take their onboarding from a front-loaded event, stretching it out over the entire year, focusing on employee wellness, focusing on things like that. This is also where succession planning falls. And then the keep quadrant, you are having keep conversations tonight. It turns out that there are 4 key things as to why people take and keep jobs. Salary, benefits, can I learn, grow, and advance here? And what is the culture climate like? Those are usually the 4 big factors. that we talk about, that is the formal name for that is what's your employee value proposition. So that's a whirlwind tour of, but that really gives you guys some sense of the things that you would be talking about that would fall into those 4 sections. And if you want a really just super simple example, this is one of the things that you can do with principals. This is called 3579 activity, and you simply have the principal reflect on, tell me the 3 reasons that I should work for you tomorrow. And then they sit down and they get those, and they're supposed to fit on a 5x7 card, and they're supposed to be able to make that pitch in 90 seconds. And it, you know, if you don't, turns out that's a recruiting tool, right? You get down, why do I want you to work in my building? Questions? Does that make sense? Sort of the overall view of things? Great. Cool.
Hi, good evening. Amy Campbell, Director of HR Services. You've heard my spiel in the past 2 years, and so I can shortcut some of it because you've gotten the background information and process stuff. But by all means, ask questions. Just as a reminder, our process is to collect a lot of your data. That was a work in progress this year as so many changes were happening along the way. And we're trying to project ahead for next year, and so we're working with your human capital team to talent management team to make some predictions for what the jobs and organization will look like next year. We do a salary survey of all of the districts in the state, and so we've pulled in that salary data again, like the past 2 years, but also non-school market data, so private sector and other public sector data, and made recommendations for aligning both your structures to market and your people within the structures. As you'll see, the pay increases proposed based on the budget information shared tonight were lower than last year, and so the structural adjustments are much smaller. But you'll see that you're in a pretty good market position, and so our goal is to keep you, for the most part, where you're at. Another goal is to have folks in the district as close as possible within that market range. We want to get people moving through the structure and improving. As you'll recall from the past 2 years, a frequent complaint from employees had been compression, that people felt kind of squeezed in their structure and paid low. And so our goal is to spread people out in that structure. Apparently did not translate entirely well on screen. There's a big black box behind it, but our goal when we're talking about market is market median. It's the middle value of all of the data reported, and it's visualized here as a target. One caveat is that not everyone can be at market. It would not make sense to have every employee in a job at that market rate. You have new staff who are growing and developing, and they should be below that. You've got staff who are experienced and bring additional skills and responsibilities and credentials. They should be above that. And so you want people spread around that target rate. It is far too tiny, I'm sure, for you to see from far away, but there's a list of 21 market peers. You're in a competitive area, and so there's a lot of districts around you that you're both stealing people from and losing people to, and so that represents your market group. We're also looking, and have the past 2 years as well, looked at the largest districts in the state for your central admin positions. Some of your peers are substantially smaller than you, and it would not be a good apples to apples match to look at similar positions in those districts. And so we're looking just at the 11 to, let's say, 15 districts that are 50,000 students and greater. And I mentioned non-school market sources. There are 2 that we've used this year, Economic Research Institute and Comp Analyst. It is a mix of private sector and other public sector entities. Again, didn't transfer very well there, but let me translate it for you. The current teacher experience in the district, in most districts across the state, we would expect about half of your teachers to have 10 or fewer years of experience. The more urban and larger districts tend to have a higher percentage of teachers with lesser experience. Despite the changes going on in the district, you have exactly the same percentage this year of teachers with 10 or fewer years as last year. It's 53% total. which is a great number given how much change you've undergone, and that you're, a very large district in the state. Your new hires, this is a chart that has shocked most of the districts that I've presented to this year, because over the past 2 years, districts are just generally hiring a lot less experienced teachers than you did 5, 6, 7 years ago. Your chart looks no different than districts of all shapes and sizes and locations in the state. You hired 59% of your teachers new to the district this year with no prior experience. But last year that was 66%. And so you've actually reduced the percentage of inexperienced teachers that came into the district. Wow, this did not translate well. The chart here will show you the orange line is your salary at 0, 5, 10, 15, and 20 years of experience. The turquoise line is local market median. Same as last year, you are above market median value. And so you're paying a competitive teacher pay rate. And when we dive into those numbers, it's 2 to 6% above market median value. And so these numbers look pretty similar to last year. If anything, you've improved just a hair at some years of experience. And I know earlier in public comment, some of this feedback was given from a different survey source as well. And so there should be some comfort in seeing that the data is very consistent, that Fort Worth ISD is paying competitively. When we look at teaching area stipends, this is an area where the board should definitely give yourselves a pat on the back. You've improved your stipends from last year, and they're much more competitive than they were. So your efforts are definitely recognized in terms of your market competitiveness. Unfortunately, these are areas where every district across the state and beyond are having trouble filling positions. Bilingual, secondary math and science, and special ed have been hard to fill areas for decades in Texas, and that's no different now. So definitely something to keep an eye on. While you're paying very competitively, I think you still may be, and what I've heard, you still, like every other district, are having some challenges in those areas. This slide looks like it's not correct, but the exempt pay groups, do we know what happened with this one? The numbers are not there. So I can speak broadly about the ranges. Overall, the exempt groups to market are all above 100%. I'm not sure why there are X's on there, but overall over 100%. So you're paying competitively for all of your exempt staff. These numbers actually got closer to market this year than last year. And so overall, very competitive. For your non-exempt job groups, these are hourly positions and the jobs where you have the most competition from private sector for your admin, support, and operations. Overall, again, these groups are strong to market, and so it's really just a matter of keeping up with what your neighbors are doing and what the market's doing and staying where you're at in the market. So our recommendations are to implement some very minor structure adjustments. Those are really focused on preserving your current teacher pathway. And so for jobs that are just above teacher in that hierarchy, we want to make sure that the structures are continue to remain above teacher pay. We don't want folks who move up that pathway to be have a disincentive to do that. We want to make sure that those structures are still connected. We're also looking to make some minor adjustments for FLSA compliance. At the very end of April, the Department of Labor released a new salary threshold effective July 1st, and then another one effective January 1st. So for staff who are currently exempt from overtime, to remain exempt, they'll have to be paid at a certain level. There are a handful of employees and a handful of pay grades in the district that are currently exempt but would not be according to that salary threshold. So we're working through some of those changes, but definitely a good chunk of those are built into the cost so far too. So the general pay increases are currently cost out at 1% and 1.5%. As I mentioned, not quite as high as last year. And I think you would not be alone in wanting to do more than what is affordable, but you'll see that there are adjustments built in that help improve pay where you are struggling the most and to improve some of the compression issues that have been a challenge. Another thing to talk about is the placement scales for your hourly staff. It's spreading pay by years of experience, and so it creates a lot of transparency in how pay is determined and ease in making those decisions. It also helps, again, spread pay to market value more quickly. And the teacher pay equity adjustments, just real quick, that's to make sure that people in the pathway make 2% more than they would make as a teacher on a daily rate basis, just to make sure as you become an assistant principal or an instructional coach, you're still making more than you would as a teacher. I added a recommendation in here about duty calendars. One thing I noticed this year in the data that looks a little different from prior years is nearly most every job in that was a benchmark in our survey had different duty days than peer district median duty days. And so while that absolutely may make sense for the district and you want to keep it that way, I wanted to bring that to your attention that that could warrant some additional review. Many of those differences in duty days impact your salary comparisons. And so if you've got folks who are searching for jobs elsewhere or searching your website for job comparisons, that annual salary is going to look different based on the number of duty days assigned. So definitely something to take a look at. And then our cost models, there's two here. One is the 1% cost model. In the 1% model, teachers would receive a $650 annual increase. This was a relatively last minute cost model. So if you're looking in your handout and it's not there, if that's what the concern is, are you missing the page? So the 1% cost model would be a 1% general pay increase, a 0.2% adjustment for a bottom line cost of 1.2%. The adjustments are particularly high for your campus professional instructional programs. That's a lot of those teacher pay equity adjustments to make sure that they continue to remain above teachers. And the adjustments for teachers would be because this is a relatively low pay increase, we want to make sure that your structure next year is no lower than your structure this year for any particular year of experience. So it's just to make sure that it looks the same as this year and not lower. The 1.5% model is roughly the same. It's 1.5% general pay increase, 0.2% for adjustments with a 1.7% bottom line impact. And I'm happy to answer questions. I realize that was very fast.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Do we have this set of slides electronically already? And are they accurate? Because this is the most important thing we do is our end users depend on our employees.
Yes, and in fact, we have presented previously about $6 million for every 1%, and so we will update those. The cost models came in late, so we will update those and make sure that you have those electronically as well.
Oh, that's great. I just want to make sure that we have them. Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments? Oh, Trustee Lynch.
I just had a comment around outside of compensation. What are some things strategically we're doing as a district to, retain and attract?
Thank you, Trustee Lynch. In that regard, yes, some of the information that Mr. Backshaw presented is the work that we're already doing in regard to a holistic talent management strategy. We've already established an Office of Employee Engagement and Retention, surveying our stakeholders to make sure that they are, to hear from them, to listen to what their concerns are. So compensation, of course, is a major function of a talent management strategy, but it's not everything. And so we want to make sure during these times where budgets are constrained and we are all looking for additional dollars, that we are taking care of our employees. So that definitely includes other areas, and that's why it was so important to talk about the alignment. That also includes professional development, career pathways, to make sure that we are also keeping our Fort Worth ISD students here that graduate from our high schools, providing them opportunities to continue their education all the way through and then offer them a contract. We're also partnering with universities that we can support our paraprofessionals so that they can also stay with Fort Worth ISD, attain a degree, and then become teachers or pursue other opportunities in the district. So it's definitely compensation is important. But we have to look at so many different other areas, including benefits. And so there's a considerable amount of work that probably was not talked about tonight as well, to pursue some other options with benefits to make sure that we're taking care of our employees. And so it is definitely a global look at the workforce and retention. We cannot recruit our way out of a shortage. So we have to look at retention. We have to make sure that we're keeping our high quality talent here in Fort Worth.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ramsey? Trustee Bridges?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I'm curious to know, what does the data show the number one reason why teachers are leaving?
So there are a couple of indicators. I would say that the information that we are early on in our process for surveying, exit surveys here in Fort Worth ISD, we do hear a lot of things in regard to just the mobility of the area. Spousal transfers is another reason, but we have to also, what we've heard is burnout is an issue. To be very frank and honest, student discipline continues to rise as a concern. So those are just a couple of the areas that we have noticed in the minimal amount of data that we have as we started surveying our employees as they exit the district in the last 6 months.
And part two to the question, those who've had longer tenure, what are you finding are the reasons that they want to stay?
So as we're starting that process to look at retention. I think that those that stay in Fort Worth ISD, in fact, I met with a teacher the other day, and she's contemplating retirement, but there are certain things that are keeping some people here. And I know that it's a mixed bag in regard to teacher incentive allotment, because there are a lot of challenges there. But as we are able to incentivize teachers for staying in the classroom and staying longer, some are postponing retirement so that they can increase their overall annual salary that will impact their retirement positively. So there are some things that we can do, and as mentioned earlier, as we can incentivize those or provide incentives as funds are available, that will also help to make sure that we retain our long-serving staff members.
Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
Two-part question is, what are we doing to improve our culture or climate, which was one of the four things that you mentioned, and how are we measuring that?
So great question. And as mentioned before, in January of this year, we established an entire office, used some existing staff to establish an office of retention and employee engagement to start the survey process so that we could hear from our employees. It's important that we don't wait until the end of the year to gauge why employees are leaving or why there may be some culture issues at a particular campus that contributes to employees leaving the class or that particular campus or department. But we can have some formative information going along. We don't have to do an autopsy. We need to take care of those things and identify issues as they come along. And then we can target those particular areas and see how we can support. And that support might mean some support for the campus leadership. It might mean support for the teachers as a whole or department as a whole. But we have to be able to make sure that we are keeping a pulse on what's going on. And so that's why we've established some technology improvements that we've talked about previously, so that we know and we can gauge where the resignations are coming from or where the issues are coming from. We also are talking more about, we partnered with Qualtrics and to make sure that we are looking at surveys ongoing, so it's not just at the end of the year, but we can go to a campus and provide a pulse survey and just ask those types of questions on an ongoing basis. So it is really important, and we've allocated a few staff members as much as we possibly can so that they can focus specifically on these particular issues.
Thank you.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. On the heels of Trustee Martinez's question, more retiring principals this year in the early 50s. At the millisecond they're eligible to retire. I understand we're in a crisis. I understand people are burned out. But I'm seeing more retirements here in this district than my peer trustees throughout the state are seeing. Are you observing that trend, and what are we going to do to turn that around?
So I'm fairly new to the district, so I'm learning and trying to look back on previous data. I think that what we're seeing right now is, of course, waves is what I've experienced in previous district, that there are waves, and there, sometimes it's a cohort style. Sometimes it's my friend is retiring, they've reached that age, and so we're going out together. But as far as looking back over the last 3 to 5 years, we have not been able to really say exactly what that trend is, and if this is, at this point in time in the year, if this is more or less. With 140 campuses, I'm trying to get up to speed on what that really looks like, and we'll provide some more information on that, because I think that's important to forecast for next year as we try to recruit and for principal and campus administrators.
No, I appreciate that, and I thank you for the fact that you've already looked back on that, and that provides some comfort, so thank you very much. And Thanks. I know you're new here.
Thanks.
And context-wise, and we know that there's a shifting of accountability. We're in a school district that does a lot of great things, but we have a lot of work to do when it comes to improving student outcomes. And the teacher is the most important, but the principal is second to the teacher. And so over the last 2 academic years, there have been changes. There's a focus on increasing that being an instructional leader. And we fully understand that there will be folks that choose to separate, especially at a time where we're making changes to benefit our students. And the principalship is already an extremely hard job. I mean, it is literally one of the hardest jobs that you can have. And then the additional pressures of a change in culture of a school district. And so just, for us to keep in mind and think about structures as we're going through that culture shift. How do we support our principals and help them, especially our veteran principals who've been here a long time? How do we help them along during that process would be great for you to look into.
Absolutely.
Any other comments?
I've got, sorry.
Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, no, I just a comment, general comment. I appreciate y'all sharing and kind of some of the recommendations out there. I just, wanted to stress the importance of having a balanced budget and also taking care of these people in the classrooms and in the schools. So thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to state that we need direction from the board as we continue through the budget process. And so there were some recommendations this evening, but so that we can go back and ensure that we bring back to you, are there any recommendations or direction that you would like to provide us in regards to compensation and total compensation?
I'd like to look at a 2% raise just to see what that looks like.
Great, we will provide that.
Dr. Ramsey?
Thank you.
Thank you, board members, and we will. Our plan is to present a compensation plan, so we will have those cost models provided to you this Friday, and then we will project to present a plan for approval on the May 28th board meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and call up our partners at HPM to speak to us this evening on, or provide us an update on the master facility plan.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramsey. President Rodriguez, Board of Trustees, thanks for the opportunity to provide you an update tonight.
with the facilities master planning, we continue to be very much in data gathering phase, as you can imagine, with how many buildings you have. Trying to collect information on all facilities and all systems in your facilities will take a little bit of time. In the meantime, continuing to look at your standards to make sure they're aligning with what we're collecting, and then really we're starting to do a deeper dive into your enrollment, knowing that there's some trends that we really want to do some real exploration on. I think we talked at the last board meeting about understanding that projections are more than just a number, and understanding what those numbers mean are very important to us. And so as we start to get into this phase a little bit, the next phase you're going to see are going to be this summer. You're going to see a State of the Schools report based on our findings, and then we're going to start talking about your educational framework and the framework for planning as we get into the summertime. But let me start with facility condition. I think this is important to kind of understand where we are from a condition standpoint. Our timeline right now is that all the middle schools are completed. And again, when we talk about a condition assessments do take a little longer. And the reason they take a little longer is there's 2 or 3 professional engineers walking your buildings, looking system by system, opening every door, and checking all those systems for not just age, but they're checking it for site condition and site and what the site has been doing to the system. And so, and the reason this is important is because although you can estimate systems, component systems, for that a roof lasts this long or an HVAC unit can last this long, there's always outlier conditions that can impact that life system. And so we want to do a deeper dive on that. And then, so we're starting on elementary teams. We have actually added a condition assessment team out there to get through that. And in the summertime, as we start in June, we will walk the high schools. What the teams do, the reason it takes a little longer, is that they go out for 2 weeks and they come back and they work for a week of just data scrubbing and data collection, so it's fresh in their mind. They don't want to go out 4 or 5 weeks and then come back and have to look at the data that they collected 5 weeks ago. And so we do take periodic breaks. And also it's pretty physically demanding work, and so taking that week to do that is good for the team also. Obviously, we're doing it, though, what's awfully nice is that Mr. Naughton has provided his time to make sure he's doing quality control with the assessment director to make sure as they're collecting data, if they see an anomaly, that Mr. Naughton is there to kind of do some quality control checks within the district, too. So let me explain a little bit about the facility condition, what we found in the middle school data. Now, what's good about this is that you can see that there's a breakdown of, in your deferred backlog needs, that you can see it by system. And I think this is really important because this is really helpful when it comes to making good facility decisions in a master plan. Because it does break it down in a system, and you can see where your priorities might lie. And so currently, there's about $130 million in total needs. And that's, again, this will be cumulative over time, but you can see by year then where the systems are going to need their attention. And so, again, what's nice about this is that as you move forward in a facilities plan and recognize your portfolio of facilities, that you can start to focus on if there's a need for system-wide roof replacement, let's say. I think it's just an easy system to keep in mind, is that you can go a couple different approaches to it. When you see a big need for roofs or you see a big need in a certain year, you can actually kind of couple that into a few years to get them all replaced and look at some cost efficiencies by doing it that way. And so by collecting data this way and understanding what those deferred needs are by system is really important to see in this. When you're talking about trying to put a measurement on facilities, you put in what we call a facilities condition index. And a facilities condition index you may be familiar with is simply a term that talks about renovation versus replacement cost, or renewal, repair versus replacement cost. And so what this allows us to do is to look at each building from an equal standpoint. Is that even if a building is 300,000 square feet or 100,000 square feet, when you get it into a comparison of what the renovation versus replacement cost is, it puts them on equal standing for prioritization. And so recognizing that in the good range, you sit in that 0 to 5%, but when you start to get above 30%, you start to see some critical systems replacements in there. A general rule of thumb that is kind of it's been a good accounting kind of principle for renovation versus replacement is that when a building does get to like this total condition index, and what we might include condition and adequacy, which we'll talk about in a minute, but when that exceeds 65 or 66%, we call it the 2/3 rule of renovation versus replacement, buildings become candidates for replacement just simply due to life value of your dollars. So if you put money into a building, for example, above 66%, its life cycle might have 20 years extension versus replacement, which might have a 60 or 70 year extension. And so you could be it's very beneficial to kind of review that. Obviously, there are critical elements in that, like historic significance, architectural significance, that you always come into play, or community significance. But this is an important index for us to be using. Yeah, one of the nice parts about working with a partner in Amoresco is in their system software is that regardless if they ever walked a building, they know that on a general systems life cycle, in a 30-year life cycle, they know when systems can expire. And so they can tell you from even just a glance of your facilities by age what a 30-year perspective might look like on a building. Now, they don't do that because they actually walk the buildings. And what this tells you is that at the currently just under 10% of an FCI number right there, that if you kind of did nothing for the next 10 years or 15 years in there, that your buildings would rise above 30% as a whole. Now, this is part of planning, is that where the district has its priorities, and every district is different about how you want to maintain the FCI. So if, for instance, in this case, that if you were to do nothing but invest into deferred maintenance and to the backlog that you have, that's not talking about replacement, renovations, all those things that you have in a bond program, that it would take about $18 million a year just to maintain that 10%. That's to keep things as they are. That's not programmatic changes even. That's just to make sure your HVAC, your electrical, your lights, your roof all stay in that same condition level. Does that make sense? So we can, if you had 20 million just for middle schools, just do that, you could maintain it. Now, obviously, there's not a lot of districts that have that kind of money for one specific grade level. And so this is where prioritization comes in, and that's when you go back to that systems and your priorities to figure out how you can stipulate that money out in time to maintain a reasonable FCI. It is an unreasonable goal to think your buildings could be at 0%. There's not a district in the world that can do that. To maintain at 10% is still a lofty goal. And so we see districts, when they're trying to stay within a good facility condition, to try to stay within that orange, as best you can when you're looking at that. Now, obviously, when you're looking at those dollars, and we say this all the time, we think it's really, really important that when you start to look at kind of the cost of what it is in your deferred backlog and when this schedules out. So in this chart, you can see what the next 15 years looks like if there's nothing done to each building. That you can go from a good or a fair to a poor very quickly. And you see in some cases you can go within 5 to 10 years that you can be a very good. If I look at those yellows and I say in 15 years or less, you could be in critical condition, what it tells me is that, first of all, there's some good maintenance going on systems, but they're reaching their life cycle. And so you can say that we take really good care of this roof and we're going to extend its life a little bit, but at 25 years, it's about it. And when those hit, and you can see in year 15, there's a cliff there. Now, what I also want to make sure that is out there is that when you see the number of deferred backlog, that's not necessarily the number that gets invested into a building to fix everything. And the reason for that is that that's why you do master planning. There could be a renovation to a space, where there could be an addition to the school building. There could be a replacement of the school building that impacts these numbers. And so that's why you do master planning. But these are good indicators to say, if I have priority systems that need replaced in a building that I'm going to keep and I want to extend for the next 30 or 40 years, this is where my investment should be. And then you scope it out. Now, the other thing to this is that the combinations of your deferred backlog might fall in a category 1 and a category 4 priority. And what I mean by that is sometimes that, like if you're going into a project, you might want to do relighting in your schools. If I go in and relight my schools and I kept the same old ceiling tiles might be a priority 4 on your list because they're cosmetic and they're still doing their job, but they're 25 years old. You're not going to keep the same ceiling tiles when you do a relight in the school building. You're typically going to just replace that whole roof system, right? And so sometimes you're combining priority 1s with priority 4s in a plan. And so that's how we kind of look at that assessments in this. And this is how we kind of track some priorities about indicators of school that have most need from a condition standpoint. This is the rest of the schedule. Again, assessments will be completed by July, and not just the walkthroughs completed by July. The walkthroughs should be completed by June, but the data analysis should be all done and vetted by July. And again, we'll continue to give you updates. The next board meeting we'll come to, you'll see some elementary numbers, you'll see some high school numbers in there, okay? Now we get to educational adequacy. And again, educational adequacy walkthroughs are a bit quicker. And the reason for that is we're not looking for things that are broke. We're actually looking for things that are there or aren't there. And so we have completed the middle school walks. Our elementary school walks are completed. We had some internal discussions today about how to measure against standards, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. And then we anticipate that the high schools will be done very quickly here in the next couple of weeks for our walkthroughs. Matt Sachs, who's with us, is our GIS analyst. He goes through literally, and you almost think it's impossible, but he literally goes through line item by line item to scrub the data. And then we also have meetings set up with Mr. Naughton to make sure that we're doing some quality control on some things. And again, the reason that we do some quality control on things is because our assessors, when they go out and walk buildings, sometimes they have to make a judgment call on a space. And again, I think it's sometimes to understand some of this context that when an assessor walks into a building, let's say it's an older elementary school, and they walk into a classroom that's been converted to an art room, how does an adequacy assessment look at that room? If they assess it as a classroom, it might score very well because it's got good plumbing in it. It might have better storage than a regular classroom, and it might have, the right flooring. But if you counted it as an art room, it might score pretty poorly because it doesn't have the square footage, it doesn't have the appropriate storage, it doesn't have a kiln in it. And so how do you measure a room like that? And so one of the reasons we do quality control is to kind of look at those kind of things, to make sure that when we say that there's not an art room in a building, the principal says, well, we've had art in our school for 10 years. It's how we look at buildings in those spaces, and we want to be sure we're very accurate on that. And we have good explanation as to when that happens. So when we're looking at educational adequacy, we look at a lot of different what we call elements in that space. So obviously, we're also doing an inventory of your space. One thing that we were tasked with early in this, and it wasn't really called for in the original proposal, but to get a good inventory of the space types that you really do have out there. Buildings change even without district knowledge, believe it or not. Walls get put up and torn down that you might never have known, and they got changed into a different room. And so we want to do a good inventory of that, but that happens everywhere. And so we've done that, but you also, the square footage validation is important. But then we're starting to look at what we call elements, and those elements fall within site: electrical, mechanical, plumbing, physical attributes, furniture and fixture, and technology. And these are some just examples of what we look for when we walk into a classroom. And so it's pretty typical when you walk into a classroom, we're probably looking at 30 or 35 elements in that classroom to make sure it's got the right resources and technology, plumbing, floor sets, everything that is educationally appropriate that are called for in your standards. And so these are just kind of a look at some of the things that we're looking at. And again, it's not an exhaustive list. If I did that, it would take about 4 slides to put every element we look at. But I want to give you some ideas of things we do look at. Now, the difference here also is that in an educational adequacy versus a condition assessment. So for instance, we're looking at your interactive your interactive displays, that the assessors walking in and they're looking for that interactive display. They're not looking to see if it works. That's a condition assessment. And so we want to make sure the element is in there. Oftentimes what we do get, especially when schools are in session, is that we get a teacher that tells you it doesn't work, and we'll note it. So that's always really helpful for us. Now, when we're scoring educational adequacy, and I think this is kind of an educational piece that you've all walked through a little bit, but just to be sure, is that we look at, most educational adequacy assessments in the country, well, I'll tell you most of them, all of them do this, is they give you kind of a red, yellow, green light assessment of educational adequacy. Well, I've been in this 25 years, and I still can't figure out what a yellow light means on an educational deficiency. And so we've taken it a step further and spent a lot of time and energy to make sure that we give a district what they really need, is that a cost element to how we can cost an educational adequacy assessment. That gives us a fuller picture of the true condition of your building. But we also have to divide it into constructible and non-constructible standards. And so those constructible things are things that are easily fixed in a constructible and a reasonable manner. But again, interactive TVs, it's real easy to price that and real easy to know that that's a deficiency in there, and I can put a cost in that. But how do I price a classroom at 600 square feet that needs to be 800 square feet in your standard? That's very difficult. If I got load-bearing walls, it's not even possible. There's also things like if you've got a site that constrains you from multiple drop-off areas, from a bus to a pedestrian drop-off, and the site says you can't do it. That would what we call a non-constructible standard. but we can also put a cost to that. We know what the linear foot of an asphalt costs, and we can tell you that it would cost you this much to do it if you could do it. And so those are some of the differences that you see. And oftentimes we also look at non-constructible and the constructible as if we're doing a like-to-like assessment of your standard versus the building. If I have to programmatically change the building, then I typically might call that a non-constructible standard, which means if I have a huge impact on capacity, program delivery models, that sometimes goes into more of a capital project than a deficiency and inadequacy. So if I look at the district of a whole, now what's interesting about this is that when you look at inadequacy, you're comparing it to a standard. You don't walk into a building and compare it against itself. That doesn't make any sense to do that. But when you compare it against a standard, and the district standard for middle grades education is a 1,200 student station middle school at about 180,000 square feet. And so when you're starting to look at the required elements that are in your standards, and we measure against those standards, the idea is how do you get every building to the standard? Well, the fact of the matter is you can't. And again, you're not alone. Not every building can get built to your standard, to a new standard. There's too many constraints on older buildings that don't get there. The spaces that don't meet the square footage requirement, and typically undersized auditoriums, undersized cafeterias, all those buildings out there that over time got additions put on them and the cafeteria stayed the same size. How do you fix that when the cafeteria is right in the middle of the building? That's a non-constructible standard. And so what's nice about having the data on that, though, is that when you get to facilities planning and you want to keep a building, the answer might be, well, let's build a new cafeteria and convert the existing cafeteria into some other useful space like STEM space or something like that. So it gives you some good qualitative data when we're looking at some of those things. Buildings that don't have all the required spaces are a big hit onto your educational adequacy. The program delivery matters. And when you don't have the right spaces for the programs, it matters. And so that's a big hit on that. And then obviously site issues come into play. When there's not enough acreage according to your standard, or there's not enough parking spots and there's no way to expand it. There's not enough drop-off space in there. If there's not enough sidewalk space. So there's a lot of factors that go into that, and we spend a lot of time measuring that kind of thing to make sure that we get that. And so when you look across, obviously your non-constructible costs are going to be a lot higher because that construction of new space and how you try to get there is a lot different. But your constructible spaces are within reason. They never get really too far out of place. FF&E technology, believe it or not, are relatively cheap compared to bricks and mortar. And so when I can get to those constructible standards and I can make those improvements to technology, to furniture, to some of those plumbing things, to even when I've got units of HVAC that are room-based units, those are pretty easy fixes for a district that can extend life of buildings. But it's those non-constructible that have real impacts on planning. And again, trying to get to the standard that you want to get to. Now, the glaring ones on here are obviously going to be sixth grade centers. Now, again, if we measure it against the standard for middle grades education, the standards is they're sixth graders or middle schoolers. And when they don't have access to a second gym or to an auditorium or to a CTE space or to that, it hits your standard and your adequacy. Now, I can go in and we actually kind of ran a mock exercise on, well, what if I just said the sixth grade centers we just took down to one grade level and minimized the number of classroom requirements? The problem with that is that when you minimize the number of classroom requirements, the gyms at the middle school don't get any smaller. They're typically the same size because there's a standard. Administration space doesn't get smaller. Hallway space doesn't get smaller. And so there's some comparison to ratio when you're building a school for just a one grade level. And that's not an argument against one grade level. I actually live in a district that has one grade level at sixth grade, and it works fabulous for us. But it's not for every district. And it has a huge impact on our facilities. And so to measure against what middle school education should be about according to your standard still should be the standard you measure against. That in no way means that if I just look at any of them, if you look at any of the sixth grade centers like, Forest Oaks at LAFO, sixth grade center, 29% doesn't mean that it's a bad school at all. It just means it doesn't meet the standard for educational spaces for a middle grade student that every middle grade student should have access to. And so that's no reflection of what happens at that building. But it does have an impact on the learning environment for sixth graders. And so it's something that a district just has to measure in their framework. So again, when you sort the highest to lowest, again, you notice that no school reaches your standard for 100%, even your newest schools, and you don't really have any newest schools when it comes to middle schools yet. But as you start to look at the age of these things, you can understand why, as age does matter when it comes to the adequacy of a building. The standards aren't the same in 1970 as they are today. So the nice part about the educational adequacy assessment also is that we divide it into program area. And so when there's decisions to be made by program area and investments into program areas that have most need, and I think what sparked us to get to this level was, I can't tell you from 2004 to 2007 how many districts I walked into and they said, we just got through with a complete media replacement in our district, media center replacement in our district. And I'm like, well, what pressed that need for media replacement? And nobody could ever give me an answer. It was just media services were changing. Well, so was administration, so was science, so was math. I mean, so to put some value onto programs in their space need is really important for us. To really identify, if you're going to make investments into those things, if I want to make district-wide investments for educational adequacy and special education, I have the identified needs there for you. And I think that's a real helpful tool for a board to be able to make those decisions. So I think that gets to our assessment where we are today. Now, I do want to tell you that in our what you're going to see in the elementary assessment, the adequacy, is that we don't necessarily always measure to one capacity standard. And the reason for that is that in a district that has about 80 elementary schools, you have buildings that what we call teaching units per grade level. You have schools that have 2 units per grade level. You have schools that have 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, to compare a 3-unit school, which is about a capacity of 480, to a standard of 960, because that's what the standard says, that's what the new standard says, is to say that every school that falls below that 960 is going to be seen, because of missing space and the square footage, is going to get hit pretty hard. And so typically at the elementary grade level in districts of this size, we break those down to a standard where we actually do some adjustment of space according to the size of that capacity. And so we will measure a 480 against a 480 unit school. Now, all this does for us is helps us give some prioritization and investment into buildings. The decision of replacing elementary schools at 480 in the future is something that you have to grapple with. Is that if you're going to replace elementaries in the future, what would be the appropriate size to replace your schools at? And so educationally, when you're talking 2 or 3 units per grade level, that's a difficult educational ask. When you get to 4 to 6, that's a very efficient model in elementary schools, which means models of 600 to 900. And sometimes 900 is too big for some areas, and that's fine. So that measure will look a little different because it has to. Otherwise, because you only have currently 8 schools that come within 3 classrooms of meeting your standards for elementary schools, your new standard. And so, which is kind of shocking if you think about it. And so we want to make sure that that's a fair report coming out on that. I do want to talk about community engagement a little bit. We know that transparency is very important here. But we also recognize that transparency and communication looks different for different levels and audiences. And so when we come in, we want to make sure that we create a strategy that is focused on district staff and personnel out in your schools, messaging them to the right message and how we respond to them. We also making sure that when we get to a point of planning committees, that we have a message there and what their responsibilities are, typically oversight of process, vetting data, those kind of things. Board of trustees, how we communicate, when we communicate, and how much we communicate to you is a different plan, because it has to be. There are some decisions that you guys have to wrestle with that, because you're the ultimate decision maker in this, that demands a different conversation. And so we want to make sure that we have the right documentation for that, because ultimately responsibilities are going to be, again, vetting data from your perspective, taking a look at our educational framework, reviewing options and scenarios when we come out with those, and ultimately coming up to some recommendations for your portfolio in the future. And then actually going out to the community and how do we get that feedback and in what avenues we get that feedback. What's interesting about districts of this size is that sometimes you take a different approach to it. That even though you build to a district standard and everybody tries to get to that standard, there are different needs when you get from the far east of this district to the far west of this district. And sometimes they don't even look like the same school district. And so you have to pay very close attention to that. You have to make sure that although it's a district-wide facilities plan, that you're paying very close attention to each school and each neighborhood. And so that could look very different, and the needs could look very different. But I appreciate the comment from like probably not very often you get two guys from Columbus, Ohio, that stand at your lectern in a night. But when Battelle comes in and tells you that this research shows it's teacher efficacy that gets most results, that is the truth. I told you that earlier. And so I think in this case, environment matters too. When you want to talk about retention of teachers, I think environment matters. I don't think I should have the nicest office in town. I think my teachers should have the nicest office in town. And so environment matters. You want to retain teachers? Make sure we get the right investments in the right places and our environments reflect the value. And I think that's what we go out to communities, and that looks different to different areas. And so I think we pay very close attention to how we message and across the district and how we plan across the district. So the planning timeline holds, as we have said, looking at a December timeline for deliverable. I think this probably might need some flexibility as we get into some community engagement and see if, and look, I don't have a huge interest in hurrying up a plan because you have a December deadline that I don't really see a deadline in place for. That if we need a little extra time or a little less time, you decide that. You're not getting an extra fee from us. We're going to complete the job. But I think if it's going to demand something a little more, we do that to get it done right. And so the December timeline still is our timeline. We know we can meet it, but we also know that no plan has ever held its timeline very well because there's always a nuance to it. So understand there's some flexibility in that, but we really do want to meet our deadlines to get you a state of the schools, to make sure that we're vetting the framework with you, and to make sure that we're getting that community engagement vetted at the right time. And so we're going to pay close attention to those milestones as we move forward. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any. Thank you. I'm not going to go through this. You have this in your hands. I just put it on for your Livitat.
Trustee Bridges?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Excuse me. I do appreciate the presentation, and I do appreciate that we're having this conversation, although it's difficult as it may be, because anytime you're having a conversation about merging or school closures, it's more than just the numbers that's on the paper. Mm-hmm. There are people's lives who are affected by that, and many communities who have been left out for many years with many of these buildings that has had a challenge. So there's a lack of trust there. I'm just going to be very honest. Mm-hmm. That's out there, and I give me a minute to get my words together, please, because the feedback that I'm getting from the community that it was a done deal. I'm gonna just say it. They feel like, in terms of what's happening and the loss of a middle school in a community, it's devastating. Now, I get it. I came to this board saying, we got to really look at, in terms of where we are with enrollment, we got to really look at as far as some of the challenges that are out there and put it out and have a real honest conversation. But understand where the level of frustration people are feeling, because it's real. And I want us to be very conscious of whatever decisions that we make, that we look to this in a holistic perspective, and how, and again, not just the numbers, but how it affects the communities we serve. Comment more than a question.
Just one response on that, Trustee Bridges, because I so appreciate that. I go through this a lot across, and unfortunately it's going on around the country. What I would really stress to the community in Fort Worth is that don't wait until we get to an options or scenarios discussion or even a recommendations discussion. We want the community involved as early as the framework discussion. The framework is what makes decisions. And so oftentimes we don't get a lot of community feedback because they don't think the framework is impacting them. But when we're going to ask the community about how they want to see programs delivered and deliver that out there, or how big schools should be, or how do we make decisions based on replacement versus renovation? How do we make decisions if we have to consolidate or balance enrollment? That happens way back in framework. And what we often find, if we don't go out and tell our community, get involved now, we wait until the last minute and then people are showing up, I didn't know this was going on. We don't want that to happen. So as much as we can, communicate with the principals and the staff, and every time we come to talk to the board, the framework is our most important component to this. That'll help us guide that. Regardless if we have to close schools in the future or not, I think it helps us give some guidance to our planning that gives people a heads up, so it's not kind of what feels last minute or left out. So if I can keep plugging that, I'll keep plugging that. As many people as we can have participate in that early framework is really critical to this process. So thank you for your comments.
Trustee Martinez?
I just want to emphasize and reiterate that point that you made. And I'm looking at the timeline and just really want to encourage again the community to get involved in that framework. I see you have it scheduled right now in June, which is the summer month for our community and our families. And so I just want us to be very intentional about making sure that we are over communicating opportunities for engagement and reaching them, considering that we have that scheduled at a time when they're not in school. Right. And, from perception, that could be, oh, well, that's intentional. So we need to be really intentional and as you said, with the community and engaging in these conversations. And, one of the things that I've heard from the community the most is that they want to be involved in the conversation. I think everyone sees like what's happening across the nation, and we know where we are with enrollment, but there's just discussions that they want to be involved. They want to understand criteria that we're using, the framework that we're using. They want to better understand that, how decisions are being made.
Much appreciated.
Trustee Lynch?
Dr. Ramsey, I was going to ask if you could speak to kind of, elementary specs, middle school specs for what schools look like and why that's beneficial to student outcomes.
I think we heard earlier tonight, it really comes down to educational programming and the opportunities that we provide our students and our teachers and our staff on a campus. When we talk about like staff retention, it's very, very difficult when you're the single teacher that doesn't have anyone to plan with. When we have some small schools where maybe we can't staff and there may not be an aide, there may not be an additional assistant principal, an additional possibly counselor, and so there are additional strains on a campus that take us away from our teaching and learning piece. And so for students, when we talk about optimal size, for us, it's where can we have the efficiencies so that students have every single, not only opportunity in the classroom, but those extracurricular activities that we know add to that student experience. So ultimately, it's about programming. Can we provide, is the campus a size that allows us to have the continuum of resources for our students and every opportunity? So ultimately, a facilities plan, a budget, all of that is about how to either pay for or where to place our academic programming. And so for both elementary and middle school, that's really what we're getting at when we talk about those specs. It's really about academic programming for students.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you all for the information this evening. It's come at a time that we know we're going to have to be making difficult decisions very soon. Houston ISD is facing a $450 million budget shortfall. Seattle, Washington is closing elementary schools. Every day on the news, I hear about financial issues facing our North Texas schools, from school closures to reduction in force to 4-day school weeks. With the inaction of our state legislature, I do not see any relief coming anytime soon. I know the administration has worked tirelessly to minimize the impact of budget constraints. When I joined this board, we had an unbalanced budget, and this year, finally, thank you, Ms. Ariata Candelaria, for bringing forward a balanced budget. This is the first time in 7 years. This is a milestone. So I know this administration has made very difficult decisions in balancing the budget without impacting our classrooms. So we are charged with addressing our declining enrollment and completing the challenging billion-dollar bond. Here we are having to make very difficult decisions soon. The administration has done everything we have asked, and it hasn't been easy. As recommendations are being brought forward from administration, I am confident that as a board, we will make decisions that are in the best interest of the school district and in serving our students and staff. The future is now, and this is Fort Worth ISD. The time is 10:34 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.